All right, everybody, welcome back to the show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles, and I have my friend this year, Citizen Man. How are you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, young Brando, also known as Lord. Looking forward to the show and to see what it brings.
The life has been treating you well?
Well, actually, it hasn't, but at this point, I am here with you, with the Panthers. We'll join in a few, and everything is good. So I'm thankful.
That's good. But at least you're loving your new watch. You're enjoying it.
Oh, so much. You want to see it?
Of course.
You want a close up?
Yes, sir.
Just let me get it off. I don't know if it will focus, but let us see. Let us see if it will focus. Wait, how do I make it focus?
By hiding your face, I think, primarily because it
Nope.
no. Uh, uh,
Well, we'll try to learn how we do it, okay?
it's gonna happen eventually. This is the Citizen Fujitsubo,
Exactly, the barnacle.
the Barnacle. It has a great history, guys. It is modeled after this ancient citizen diver that
Yeah.
washed up on the shore in Australia. And it's fully in titanium, bracelets included with the blue version. Let me see which site has a good write up for this.
I think I don't remember. I just need to look for one.
I think Watchonista is not too bad. Yeah, this one is good. This is the original
Yeah.
piece that actually was still ticking after it was found on Australia's Long Reef beach, covered in barnacles. Estimated that it had been lost at sea for at least 6 years. So, which inspired Citizen to make the new ProMaster Fujitsubo in two versions. One is the black on a polyurethane strap, and the other is blue on the matching titanium bracelet. And last time we checked in with this, he was wearing it on an isofrane strap as well, which was a great match.
Yeah, it was. Still have it, the isoframe, but I like the bracelet now. I just want the bracelet.
Well, you you paid for it. That's why you chose the blue one, so you might as well, right?
Exactly.
But there's something to be said about, I think, a titanium watch, titanium diver. How does it feel? Is it is it too light? Do you feel enough substance now that the bracelet is on as well?
To be honest, it doesn't feel as light as I thought it would, but it feels light enough to satisfy me. As opposed to like an SKX 007,
Hmm.
it's much more light, but you still feel like you have something on your wrist, which I love. It's not like a light. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm a vintage guy, so I don't expect a lot of heft from even stainless steel watches, which of course is something people easily associate with luxury these days. So I'm actually quite tempted to get something in titanium eventually, but nothing really pulled me in the right way so far. But this watch
Yeah.
certainly has a nice story, a great look, and comes highly recommended from none other than this.
Watchonista.
Yes, that's the website that has the
No,
interesting write up.
I never knew it existed. Is it good?
I don't know. This is the first time that I'm opening them up as well, but this particular piece, which I pulled up last time you were here as well, um, I think it's well written. It picks up that thread about the origin of the watch, which was in 1977, and then it was discovered in 1983 in this way.
But it isn't a marketing article, right?
No, I mean, as much as anything is a marketing article on watch media, I'm not trying to be, too. Um, yeah, I'm not trying to take an easy jab, but look, that there's always some sort of backdoor deal when it comes to mainstream watch media. Um,
Yes.
Clearly, some things are more of an advertorial than editorial. Some things are more placed in there for marketing purposes um, than by good, honest journalism. But still, I mean, this is a decent piece. Obviously, you can easily find some of these photographs as well as some of the specs and other sort of materials from the brand's own websites for the most part,
Yeah.
right? They have their press section a lot of times where they would have this kind of thing organized. So the material is there, and if you don't feel obliged to cover just about everything, you also have some sort of independence, at least when it comes to what you choose to cover, what you highlight, what you say about what you cover. Obviously, you're not making any friends in the process if you are not being extremely nice. That's why you
Yeah.
have a lot of journalists for whom everything is amazing, mind-blowing. It's the best.
It's
It's
the
okay.
best. The best a man could get.
That is a lot of times what watch marketing boils down to.
Yeah.
Best a man could get.
Like Gillette.
That's true. What are you drinking?
Zero Coke.
Ah, I love the Hebrew.
So do I. Coca-Cola.
So what's been on your mind in terms of watches this? What would you like to talk about today?
Well, I actually have another new watch. I need to pull it out.
Of course.
You just pull it out. Oh, wait. Just keep talking meanwhile, please.
Of course. I was going to just send a link to this's channel.
Thank you so much.
Please subscribe to Dizurdis, his watch channel. And also, if you would like to this, I'm not sure if you send a message quickly into the chat, I'll make you a wrench. I'll make you a mod here, so
Ah, okay, great. Just a
you can
second.
post links as well. Maybe you want to post your Discord link as well.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to. Wait,
This this obviously capitalized on his brand and just opened the Discord as well. So it's very
Thank you
popular,
so much.
and as long as you know how to avoid the not safe for work um, section, I think it provides some great content. All right, so you should be a wrench now. This, and you can post your Discord link.
I did, I just did. And I'll post my Instagram as well, okay?
Of course, by all means, whatever you want to. Honestly,
Just a moment. There it is. Thank you so much, young Brando. Thank you so much for
of
your
course,
very kind.
of course. So,
Okay, so
did you
another, sorry,
another new watch?
actually two new watches, but one doesn't belong to me. It's on loan.
Okay.
We'll begin with the one that it belongs to me. So, da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum.
Maybe just put your hand palm behind it like this, like the Wu-Tang sign. It has like the old school mil-spec diver design. What's this?
It's more like the old Omega Seamaster 300 from the 60s, 70s.
That's right.
It's called Helson. It focus for a second. I'll share pictures, okay?
Yeah, please. Maybe we have some on your Instagram.
I think we have one or maybe not, but I'll share one here just a second. And I also have this. This is on loan. This is on loan.
Ah, the Zin.
Zin, Zin, 104, ST 104.
It's amazing. I love those.
Me too. That's why I have it. It's a friend. He might sell it to me. I don't know if you. What do you think? I'll talk to you about it later. We'll see if you what you think. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the price. It's a good looking watch, old school pilot style.
I also have this. I have another new watch.
What's going on? This you're on a shopping spree.
Well,
Okay, let's see if we can find some of this stuff on your Instagram, which will be easier for us. Otherwise, we can. We have the Citizen
okay, yeah.
on Instagram right here.
Not a good pick about yeah.
No, I mean the watch is pretty handsome. I like this. It's such a deep shade of blue, both on the bezel and on the dial. For the most part, it just looks dark. It just looks like it's black.
That's just the lighting. I have another picture I want to share of it.
Of course.
Just a second. Uh, there it is. Wait, just sharing the screen. Just sharing the screen.
Let me see.
Wait, there it is. There it is. There it is.
Nice.
Now
I
there you
like.
see that it's more bluish, right?
Yeah,
Dark, but still blue.
and I like it. I mean, I think it's more subtle. It's more
Yeah,
striking this way.
yeah, and we have this also. Oh no, not this. This.
Cool. I like the flannel shirt too. You look like a real American with all of this.
Thank you. That's a big compliment for me. I love America. Um, yeah, and that's this one. I can find you the Zin one if you want. Just a second.
Please.
There. Let me share it. Just a second. Just a second. Just a second. Just a second. There you go. There it is. It's shared.
Ah,
It took a beating, as you can see.
yeah. The how old is this watch, or is it just well worn?
I just well worn. Something happened. I think it fell down, or it had like a spat with a Spitfire squad one. But I like the wabi sabi. Look, the glass is also a little dirty, so I like it. It's a tool watch.
Well, for the right price, it would be good. It would be good.
Yeah, yeah. And we also have the Jaws watch that I just showed you. It's on my Instagram, I believe. But let's continue. I'm stealing the show. Let's continue.
It's okay, man. It's okay. I
Ah,
wanted
I feel
to
like. Mhm.
share with you. I found out. So yesterday, I was looking up some of the stuff this wonderful man is doing. His name is Joseph Deturi, also calls himself Doctor Deep Sea. He's a U.S. Navy veteran and also uh, a biomedical engineer. He teaches at the University of South Florida and just started, I think now 75 years ago, going into this. Well, he started living in this deep sea lounge, this undersea lodge off Florida Keys, and it's not a depressurized environment like a submarine. And he's basically living there for 100 days until June 9th, specifically, if I'm not mistaken. And he's basically doing research, testing the effects on his body, and trying to learn more about the medicinal effects of hyperbaric chambers and hyperbaric medicine. And I just discovered he's wearing a Submariner
Yeah.
16610. So it's like it's a great endorsement because I posted this first like a couple of hours ahead on Twitter and responded to it. He responded to it saying, well, I bought it with my own money. I'm like, that's even better.
That's good.
Yeah, because like, Rolex used to have these vintage advertisements saying stuff like, if you were diving here tomorrow, you would be wearing a Rolex or something like that. So
Yes.
I said, if you were spending 100 days under the sea, you'd be wearing a Rolex. So
Oh
Joseph
yeah.
Dewey is wearing a Rolex Submariner date 16610 that he bought with his own money
And
25
he
years
talked
ago.
to you.
We just exchanged that message, so nothing much deeper than that. But I love seeing someone like this wearing a nice watch and just rocking it. No pretense about it. No, it took me actually a while to get a decent snapshot from one of his videos, one of his reels, so it actually looks like what he is wearing rather than some random thing. Anyway, I thought it was a nice discovery, and I was glad that he responded. I was glad that he cares enough. Hey JJ, nice to see you, man.
Hey JJ, welcome. Hello from Tel Aviv.
that, that's your American accent.
I believe so, my friend.
That's you. You would be, you'd be right at home in Florida, I think, next to Doctor Deturi, Doctor Deep Sea.
Dr. Deep Sea, my friend, we used to smoke back in the day when Reagan was in power, you know?
The best president.
Yes, he is.
Although you have a particular place in your heart for Truman, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Truman is a true man.
That's a good one. So we are looking at Phillips's Hong Kong watch auction. They have already finished in Geneva, as you guys know. It was a big long weekend in Geneva where a lot of people converged. A lot of interesting prices, especially for some of the iconic Rolexes and Pateks that were on the market. I've heard from some people who were in Geneva, all of these big time Rolex pieces were snapped up by the same lady who is apparently a Rolex insider and is collecting these pieces for perhaps a future proper Rolex museum. No one really knows. You always hear these things, you never know what to make of it, but when someone goes on a $10 million or 10 million Swiss franc shopping spree in a long weekend in Geneva, you kind of wonder. You sometimes ask questions, but it could be just it could be just someone like old watch lady, right? this she has a very impressive and tasteful collection.
Oh,
That's one
indeed.
of my favorite accounts on Instagram. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, look at that.
Wow. Fuck me dead. Do you think she owns all of those?
Yeah. I mean, also because it's just there's always you can kind of tell what there's a connecting thread, but it's also quite diverse as a collection too. Certainly has a soft spot for vintage Rolex, that's for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of
Fuck me
vintage
dead.
tool watches, in fact. I mean, look at this.
Fuck me dead. Fuck me dead.
Vintage Aqualong, vintage
Wow.
Zenits.
How? How? God damn.
It's a nice style too. Sea Dweller, Great White, as they call it, 1665, with all white writing. Vitnauer, Rolex with lapis lazuli, oyster quartz.
Wow.
They just
I
we
love
skipped
it.
that very quickly. It's pretty cool. The ticking Rolex.
I like
Tick.
this picture, don't you?
I do, yeah. Of
Great
course.
picture.
I love two-tone watches, as you know.
Oh, me too. So beautiful. It's two-tone watch with wow.
Yeah, like this wood dial. I got a bit of wood for this wood dial, for sure.
Oh, yes, the wood, of course, a lot of wood here. Wow, she likes exchanging straps.
Yeah, exactly right up my alley. Meech always gives me a hard time for
Oh,
matching
yeah.
everything with leather straps. So certainly we got that in common, man.
Damn.
Anyway, that's a really,
Wow.
really tasteful collection, and it's there's a lot of vintage tool watches, chronographs, but a lot of jewelry pieces too. Every so often, with more in the alley of Cartier, Chopard.
What's that? What was that? What flag was that? Austria? Iraq?
Let's
What
see.
was that?
I think it was the Qureshi Hauk, the UAE. I think,
Oh,
yeah, UAE.
nice.
I think that's the Air Force. Yeah, I mean it's a diverse collection. It has a lot of different kinds of pieces, like this Patek, for example. The asymmetric Gilbert Albert design.
Wow, what a double. Fidel Castro style.
Triple, in fact. Two
Ah,
here, and
triple.
yeah, and one back.
Ah, fight me dead. Fight me dead.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Look at that bamboo bracelet for the Piaget.
Yeah.
A lot of fashion.
Man, get her on the show.
I wish she doesn't show her face. I don't know if she would even talk, but we can try.
No, she
Why not?
talks. I saw her talking in her Instagram. Like, you hear her voice, you don't see her face, but she does talk. She knows how to talk.
Well, obviously, that's not what I meant.
I know you didn't.
It's in the sense that she does the reels, yes, absolutely, and she talks on her own on her own terms. But I'm not sure if she
Yeah.
guests on other people's stuff. There's no harm in
Well,
trying. I will just send a message and see. But of
yeah, sure, sure. I know. She seems hard to get.
course, as she should be.
Yeah,
That's
as
that's
she
that's
should,
the
of course.
attitude. That's the
That's not a Casio collection. I mean,
yeah. No offense to Casio, but yes, that is very respectable. So here's Jumbo 15202, the last generation that actually was built on the JLC 920 base, which AP used as their 2121. And the way one of the ways in which this caliber remains so thin and maintains such a sleek profile, even though it has a full rotor, is, as you can see, the fact that it rotates on this ring that surrounds the bridge plates, and it's pivots on four rubies
you know.
on that ring.
Wow.
So the rotor is pretty much sunk onto the same level as the bridge plates, as close as it can get without
That
being totally sunk like you know like a micro rotor of some sort. So
that rotor, Lord, looks like something either from ancient Egypt or like a sort of cup,
mm, right,
right?
that's a very interesting observation. It's obviously it integrates some elements of the octagonal bezel in the notches here, as you can see, right? It's part of that bezel, and then there's the skeletonization. But yeah, it does look kind of like a goblet when you imagine it that way, or maybe like a very intricate kind of urn. One of the beautiful things they used to do, I'm sure they still do it, but they would do customized rotors for these kinds of special watches with jumbo and everything. You could get your own initials instead of the AP. Certainly very cool watch. Does come with its full set of documents, and apparently this is a piece that was bought from Govberg and Sons, now part of Watchbox.
Hi, I'm Tim, and this watch is pretty big on my wrist.
What's up?
Hi, I'm Tim.
Yeah, well, I mean that's it, and it was someone's Christmas gift as well, because it's like 21st of December in 2016.
That's a nice ass gift if I ever saw one.
I love the impression, by the way. You got the you got the voice just right. That's why I was disoriented for a while. I was like, who is
Hi,
that?
I'm Tim, and this watch looks huge on my little puny wrist.
No, you're supposed to say it will slide under any kind of cuff, something
Will
like
slide
that.
under any kind of cuff. You
And
can get it
also,
with Watch Boss Govberg.
you should take your glasses off and put it, reverse on your head or something, like he
Yeah,
puts the
later.
sunglasses. So this is a Royal Oak Jumbo that was once sold by Govberg as a Christmas gift on in year 2016. Now it's lot 804 in the Hong Kong auction that is coming up at the end of the month at Phillips, with an estimate of 35,900 to 71,800. Um, they have kept, by the way, for the most part, this was the case for the Geneva auctions as well. They have kept the estimates quite conservative, and watches that performed well have completely shattered the ceiling, and others at least attracted some bids, and most watches still sold for these big time auction houses. I think Phillips still sold every single watch. Christie's had what, like 98% success rate. It was still a good weekend for most of them. But that's one trend I noticed, because they know that we are going through a shaky moment in the market still. So they have generally very conservative estimates. At the lower end, of course, by the way. I mean, if, somewhere in the middle here is where the market tends towards, especially once you plug in the 20 to 26% premium. Oh, this is a
Ooh,
cool one.
ooh, nice.
This is lot number 806, reference 26518 OR, the extra thin open worked tourbillon in pink gold, one of only 50 pieces made for a limited edition. Interestingly, the piece itself is not numbered, I don't think. It does say one of 50 pieces on the case back from 2018. Has a beautifully thin profile, as industrial as its looks are, still maintains the general lines of the classic Royal Oak design. Of course, it is one of those modern limited editions, tricked out versions that do come in the 41 millimeter case size, hand wound caliber. And the beautiful thing about these things when they use a hand wound caliber for these sorts of open worked editions is, of course, you get to see the mainspring barrel here right at 12 o'clock, right? So when you crank it up all the way up, it will get all tight and wound up, and then it will release that energy over the course of its full charge, which here should be around, I'm guessing, 60 hours or something. Let me double check on that. Ah, it's almost 70, in fact. It's impressive.
Young Brando, I have to leave. I fear.
Okay, that's okay, man.
That's okay, man. I would. I kill a communist for fun. Just
Guys,
kidding. Just the Scarface quotes.
but by the way, guys, do check out the episode that we recorded on Scarface. Hopefully, we will get back to you with another movie quite soon with our review, our talk, our rant about Pulp Fiction as well. But I'm going to send the link right now to the chat. This and I talk about Scarface. Please do check it out and leave some comments below. Let us know
Yeah,
if you would like us to do more of those. Give us a little bit of an encouragement. Suggest some movies, whether there's something that you like us to comment, praise, or shit on. Just send it in the comments and we will do our best.
great. Thank you so much, Big Meech. Thank you so much. Hope to see you soon as well.
Yeah, I mean, he comes on sometimes, but he almost never shows his face anymore. I think he has gotten fat, and he's a little ashamed about it. I think, Meech.
Uh, he ate too much sheep, like Arik Sharon. You know Arik Sharon?
Isn't that the son?
Ariel Sharon, that was the prime minister
Oh,
of Israel.
he goes by Arik in
Well,
public discourse.
that's his nickname, but he's passed away long ago. But yes, it's him.
Well, I remember that the last few years of his life he was on life support, right? He
Yes,
wasn't
wait, let me
even,
put up a picture of his and you'll share it,
of course.
and then I leave.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate you, man.
Please, just a sec. There it is. You can put it up.
Put it up. Ah,
There it is.
I didn't realize that he was so enthusiastic about sheep.
He was. He had a
Okay,
farm. He had a huge farm.
that's a man after Big Meech's heart.
Exactly. And he had like nice watches also.
Oh, for
So
sure.
anyway,
Actually,
that's
this, you know what
yeah.
we should do after we do the Pulp Fiction, we should have an episode on mil spec watches for the IDF.
Yes, yes, yes. Please, let's do it.
It's exactly the kind of episode that will get us both the good and bad kind of attention. So it will be great.
Yes, I want them all. I want them both.
That'll be fantastic. Maybe we can do it on your channel. So we
Yes,
you know we
in
go back
June,
and
but
forth.
in June, on June.
Sounds good. I'm ready.
Okay, man.
All right.
So thanks for having me on. Thanks so much. Great show so far. Keep it up.
Thank you, man.
Joe Pesci. Tommy.
Guns blazing. All
Guns
right.
blazing. Bye, everyone. Have a great day, night, whatever.
Thank you. This. Enjoy your
See
watch.
ya. Bye
Enjoy
bye.
your day. Bye.
Thank you. You too. Your night. Bye.
All right, guys. It was, as always, so nice to see this and good to see him getting enthusiastic about his watches again. That was a great piece. The Citizen ProMaster in titanium. Great diver with a great story. And I think it actually, he was thinking of getting both the black and the blue so he can match the bracelets with the black, but I feel the blue looks just great. It's quite subtle that it's not in any way flashy in at any rate. It's a very deep shade of blue, and when the light hits it the right way, I'm sure it's even better. Back to the auction. This was lot number 6806, specifically the extra thin Royal Oak Tourbillon, 41 millimeters in pink gold on its integrated bracelets in a limited edition, one of 50, with the open worked dial that balances out aesthetically the tourbillon cage with the mainspring barrel. And the reference number is 26518 OR. The piece is from 2018, and it has an estimated value of 79,500 to 160,000 in US dollars. Again, this is the Hong Kong watch auction number 16 by Phillips that is coming up at the end of the month, 24th and 25th. If you have any questions about the results from Geneva, feel free to send them in. And if you have any questions about the lots here on the Phillips Hong Kong auction that is coming up on May 24th and 25th, feel free to send them in as well. I put in the chat the link to the auction website. 807 is the extra jumbo Aquanaut time and date, 51 68G. These are right over, these scale right over 42 millimeters in diameter, unlike the 5167 uh, A or 5167R. The white gold versions are slightly larger, and for that reason, if not only for that reason, they have also been immensely popular. This particular version has a blue, subtle sunburst kind of gradient globescape dial and a matching tropic navy strap. There's, of course, the khaki green version as well, with a dial and the rubber strap to match. The piece comes with its full set of accessories, the original box and papers. Pardon me. This is the 5168G, and it is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region of 44,900 to 76,900. 808 is 5968A. This is the Aquanaut flyback chronograph, centrally deployed chronograph seconds, which is accented in this orange. And of course, that single register at 6 o'clock. A 60-minute totalizer at 6 o'clock, and date at 3. The seconds track measures up to 1/5 of a second. The classic anthracite gray globescape design is a little modified for this particular version, and it is on an orange strap to match those orange accents. This piece also comes with its full set of accessories, was apparently bought in Vietnam in 2021 on April 6th. An additional rubber strap and the setting pin is supplied as well. This is lot number 808 for a Patek Philippe Aquanaut flyback chronograph in stainless steel, reference 5968A, with an estimated value of 57,700 to 115,000 in US dollars. $809, I think, is a great testament to how the hype remains strong on certain rare and elusive models. This is the A. Lange & Söhne Odysseus in stainless steel on the integrated bracelet. It has this grenet, kind of a frosted effect, center dial in blue, radial guilloche on the hour track, giving it kind of a vinyl groove, and the chapter ring has the minute track laid out in Arabic numerals for every 5 minutes, with the 660 accented in red, alpha hands, and the indices are filled with luminous material. And of course, the day date functions at 9 and 3 o'clock, respectively, harken back to the 5 minutes stage clock that adorns the Dresden State Opera, an oversized subdial for seconds is at 6 o'clock. The piece comes as a new old stock piece, basically, with the stickers intact. You have the pushers for setting, but honestly, I don't know why you would need that, because specifically those uh, notches basically on the right flank of the case double up as a quick adjustment for the day and the date. And this is the Datomatic caliber. These are the pushers for correcting the day and the date. The caliber has 50-hour power reserve, and it beats at 4 hertz. The piece has a depth rating of 12 bar, 120 meters of water resistance. And the piece has an aesthetic, I think, that straddles elements of classic and modern design, as well as really cues from both the classic designs of Alan Gonzone and, of course, the aspects of that integrated stainless steel bracelet watches that embody this sports chic ethos. That is number 809, which remains the only version of the Odysseus that's not a limited edition and that actually comes on a matching bracelet, because the titanium was a 200-piece limited edition, and it's been long sold out. It was basically sold out upon arrival. This piece too actually remains practically unobtainable at at the point of retail, unless you end up buying a number of Alain Gonzone watches from the boutique. Maybe then you qualify for it. Um, but the stainless steel version, for better or worse, and as far as I know, remains largely unobtainable still for first time customers. So the secondary market remains the only way to go. Um, and I'm saying this also just to, tell you guys that at the end of the day, the as much as the Lange watches have been performing well on the secondary market and significantly better than how they used to do, it still remains the case that there's no reason to bundle up so many watches if they are not the watches that you want, just to get the stainless steel version of the Odysseus. At the end of the day, if you want just one Lange watch, or if you want just one or two Lange watches, I think the secondary market is still your best bet. At least you get to pick and choose. You get to pick and choose how much premium you are willing to pay over retail. You can hunt down the best deal by remaining patient, by making sure that you don't actually go over your budget, whereas you never know where these kinds of games of bundling up watches, getting a number of things you may or may not want so that you can get this third or fourth piece that you would actually want. You never know where those games would lead. So, if you just want one datograph, or if you just want the stainless steel Odysseus, or the white gold Odysseus for that matter, you might as well just start hunting it down on the secondary market at some point, because it's really a fool's errand at this point to chase any of these pieces at the primary point of retail. That's why they also become so attractive, for better or worse, in the auction circuit, and God forbid, on the at the hands of some of the worst gray market profiteers as well. This is number 809, Alangonzone Odysseus in stainless steel from 2021. It has an estimated value of 30,800 to 64,100 in US dollars. And as it happens, by the way, that actually remains a rather conservative estimate too. Not that these are necessarily selling prices, but you would be hard pressed to find a venue online that set the price for less than 70,000. It's usually $75,000 and up. And quite honestly, from my perspective, it's absolutely not worth it at that price point. But of course, I am never in the business of telling um, people what to do with their money, except to say, super chat me, in which case you are most welcome. That was the Odysseus in stainless steel. 810 is the Odysseus in white gold. This piece alternatively comes either on a rubber band or a kind of slightly distressed leather strap. For this particular example, both options are provided. Its original box and papers and the full set of accessories for the white gold version. For what it's worth, again, the caliber is beautifully decorated, and it is in that tradition of the JLC 920, as we were just talking about in the example of 15202. I really love this design, honestly. Just so you know, I'm not just talking shit about it. I actually like this particular design. You can blame all sorts of things when it comes to Bulgari's Octofinissimo or Alangonzuna's Odysseus. You can come up with any number of criticisms, but you can't say that they are just another iteration of Jajanta's original designs. You can't fault them for a lack of originality, especially when it comes to Alangonzuna's Odysseus. It also has this appearance that is unmistakably Lange. I mean, if you put this watch in front of any watch person's face with a sterile dial, right, with an unbranded dial, they would still be able to identify this as a Lange watch. Granted, they need to know what Lange is to begin with, but in either case, the elements are there. The cues are all over, from the oversize subsidiary dial for the seconds to the two oversize displays for the day and the dates, to the alpha hands for hour and minutes. Everything is pretty much for you to see. This is lots 810 for Lange Odysseus in white gold with its full set of accessories. Comes on a rubber band, but you get the leather strap to spare as well. And the estimated value is 30,100 to 50,000 in US dollars. Speaking of which, we have two limited editions of the Bulgari Octofinissimo for the next two lots. Lot 811, lot 811 is the Octofinissimo Sejima limited edition. Kazuyo Sejima is a famous Japanese architect, and she is mostly known for her clean modernist designs, her use of materials. Transparency, light, and shade are incorporated into this highly coveted timepiece, as the good people at Phillips put it. They have largely preserved the elements, the basic elements of the Octofinissimo, with the off-center seconds dial and the time-only display. But because of the unique dial, the watch appears like nothing else in the series. This particular limited edition is actually in stainless steel. It does come with its special presentation box, as well as its original set of papers, one of 360 pieces, built on that award-winning ultra-thin micro rotor caliber with a platinum rotor weight. The sapphire crystal is actually signed with Sejima's autograph and presented as a limited edition. The stainless steel version has a more utilitarian cast, you might say, thanks to its slightly thicker profile. Largely, it has 100-meter depth rating. It has 100 meters of water resistance. And 60-hour power reserve is right there with the established, uh, established standards, which has now become, quite frankly, 72 hours. But I think 60 is more than enough. And as I mentioned, the steel version is thicker compared to the titanium, which is just 5.15 millimeters thick, but the steel is itself only 6.40. So it's still well under the standard for these integrated bracelets pieces, as you can see from the profile here. The bracelet is also very nicely designed. The clasp itself sinks right into the bracelet, so it's not obtrusive at all, and it doesn't add an extra thickness for you around the wrist either. Feels quite nice, feels quite great on the wrist. This is lot 811 for the Sejima Kazuyo Sejima special edition, limited run of 300 pieces of the stainless steel Bulgari Octo Finissimo with this special dial. The piece has an estimated value of 10,300 to 20,500 in US dollars. At 812, lot number 812, we have another limited edition made for the Japanese markets. This is one of only 30 of 30. It is actually a limited version of the titanium, which of course was the original design, and it became almost an instant hit once it was matched with a bracelet. And I believe it has also become recognizable. It has also become, in a way, part of the pantheon with its unique thin profile and feather light feel on the wrist. So unobtrusive, yet so present in terms of its width, in terms of its multi-layered design, and in terms of its particular sandblasted matte finish as well. This particular piece has a very striking and stern black, kind of um, like a midnight sky color dial. So almost black, but with a slight tint of navy. And instead of the Arabic numerals for this limited edition, they have used Roman numerals at 12 and 6. And they have used the stylized signature of the brand at 12 o'clock, Bulgari Roma. Again, the piece comes with its original set of box and papers. The case back is once again signed uh, w- on the sapphire crystal, indicating that it is part of a limited edition of 30, and the titanium makes up for what it loses in terms of the depth rating, which is basically just splash proof at 3 atmos at 30 meters, in its absolute discrete elegance in terms of its sleek profile, which is only 5.15 millimeters thick. 5.15 millimeters for the whole watch. It's really quite impressive, and I can talk about it for minutes on end, but really it's one of those watches that you need to go to the boutique and try on to really feel how distinct it appears on the wrist, even as it is so extremely unobtrusive and feather light, especially in titanium. This is lot number B12, Japanese limited edition, one of 30 for the Bulgari Otto Finissimo in titanium with a midnight blue dial, Roman numerals at 12 and 6. Otherwise, the fundamental aesthetics of the piece is preserved in terms of the off-center seconds dial and the time-only expression. This piece has an estimated value of 10,300 to 20,500 in US dollars. At number 813, lot number 813, we have the Yachtmaster 42 in white gold, reference 226659. This is a very interesting piece in the Rolex lineup now. I don't know how people feel about it now that the titanium has appeared, but certainly this piece has uh, always struck me as a Submariner 2.0, in a sense that it integrates a lot of what other luxury brands perhaps pioneered in matching the casualness of a rubber band with the appearance of noble metals, in this case, the white gold, which is still discreet and under the radar enough, but would still give you that sense of material heft and that feeling of luxury on the wrist. I think if you have a chance to acquire this piece, if you actually like it, I would really want to go with that falcon eye dial, which makes it a little more special. Honestly, I feel, with being deprived also of the red writing, which is present in the pink gold version and the Everose version, and which is present even in some stainless steel Yachtmaster 40s. This to me just lacks that little bit of a punch, just lacks that little bit of the pizzazz that other yacht masters do. But perhaps you're exactly looking for that low key appearance in white metal, mostly monochromatic otherwise, in which case this is actually a great choice. I've always loved that ceramic bezel with the numbers having this polished look. This piece does come with its full set of original accessories from August 2020 at lot number 813. It is a Rolex Yachtmaster 42 in 18 karat white gold on Oyster Flex with its matching déployant clasp, reference 226659. The piece has an estimated value of 15,400 to 32,100 in US dollars. At 8:15, we have the recently discontinued John Mayer Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116508. This is the watch that John Mayer now infamously presented in his second coming to the Talking Watches with Ben Clymer. It is actually one of the 4 new Daytonas that were presented at Basel in 2016 when the ceramic bezel versions were introduced to the public at Basel World that year, the 116500 LN, both in the Panda and Black Dial versions. Rolex also introduced the 116509, which was all in white gold with a matching white gold oyster bracelets and a blue dial, red accents, and 11508, which you see here, which was the yellow gold with a sunburst green dial. And I think, John Mayer showed both of those precious metal Daytonas, both the 116509 and 116508 that you see here. But perhaps he talked a little more enthusiastically, a little more strongly in favor of this one, claiming that it was somehow obvious that this piece would become collectible because, it is a Rolex with a green dial, gold and green, which, seems, of course, obvious in hindsight, but I think he also had a sense of his own influence. He also had a sense of his own status, I think, his ascendant status in the world of watches at the time. And it was, I think, an immense opportunity to really test his own pull, really try to see how far he can go in terms of, manipulating, and I'm using that as a neutral word here, manipulating the markets on a certain model. And he absolutely succeeded when it came to this. And even though the price has dipped significantly in the aftermath of the crash, which happened, let's say, it started really being felt in March 2022. But of course, the effects have been felt for much longer and well into even this year. But with the discontinuation of the entire Rolex line, with the revision of the line that did not replace the 116508 with anything of a similar sort, the prices started going up again and reaching once again 6-digit levels with the so-called John Mayer Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116508. Here, as you can see, once again, you have an instance of a conservative estimate. I'm sure this will actually smash that 60,300 ceiling, but it is a great way of teasing people into a bidding war in this particular instance. making sure that as many enthusiasts, as many collectors as possible enter that particular battle. I think it's very shrewd. I think it's very smart. Of course, they are going to do it, and Phillips is really one of the best at what they do. In this case, that conservative estimate is around 30,100 to 60,300 in US dollars for the John Mayer 116508. At 816, we have a watch that pretty much changed the landscape of high horology when it dropped in 1999. If that's too grandiose of a claim, we can certainly say that it changed the trajectory of what the big brands, especially what Patek Philippe did with their own chronographs. This piece came out in 1999. The 5070 had come out in 1998, and it remains the last Patek Philippe hand-wound chronograph that was still built on the Lemania CH27 base. After they were basically slapped in the face and beaten at their own game with the datograph, which took the concept of an in-house high horological hand-finished column wheel chronograph movement to a different level. Patek had to overhaul its own approach to watches in this segment, and 5070 basically lived for its entire existence in retail in the shadow of this watch, thanks largely to the L951-1 caliber. As you can see, the ribbing on the chronograph bridges are quite profound and convey a sense of visual depth. The heat blued screws certainly add a little bit of a color. The rubies are set into gold chatons, which are mirror polished in their countersinks. The balance cock is freehand engraved. There's a swan neck regulator, and you can see the perlage on the base plates as well. Very impressive and almost encyclopedic application of various elements of movement finishing on this hand-wound flyback chronograph movement. This is the early version, as you can observe from the lack of the power reserve display at around 6. The watch is 39 millimeters rather than the later versions, 41 millimeter case diameters. And the first generation of the datograph was also 12.8 millimeters in thickness, which is almost half a millimeter less than the 41 millimeter version, than the current version. So, in a sense, this is a little more wearable, a little more classically proportioned. I think its wearability is more similar to the current 1815 chronograph than the current datograph. And perhaps for that reason, if you are on board with the aesthetics and if you want the oversized date in particular, this is a great choice. I really like the slightly cream tinted shade of those chronograph registers against the black dial. You have the tachymeter scale on the periphery of the dial and the oversized date at 12 o'clock. You also happen to have the Roman numerals triangularly placed at 2, 6, and 10 o'clock. The alpha hands with that are generously loomed complete the picture. The chronograph hands are, well, the hands in the registers, let's put it this way, are also heat blued. The centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand matches the hands for hours and minutes in rhodium plated white gold. The 39 millimeter model was discontinued, I think, already more than 10 years ago, but some of its examples present very tempting deals on the secondary market, at least for the time being. This particular example comes with the full set of its accessories, and it is seemingly in a good condition as well. This is the Alang und Söhne Platinum Datograph reference 403035 with its full set of accessories as well as an additional crocodile strap. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 41,000 to 80,800 in US dollars. At lot 817, we have an earlier iteration of the Zeitwerk. I mention often how power hungry these sorts of jumping complications are. In this case, you have, of course, jumping hours and jumping minutes, both of which are digitally expressed. Um, and it was already quite impressive that Lange had this in house caliber, which performed at this level with 36 hours, but they have managed actually with the most recent generation to revise that caliber and reach 72 hours of a power reserve, um, which is, of course, even more impressive. But this is basically the model at its introduction. It is an example from around 2009, and the Zeitwerk was introduced as uh, the primary novelty of Alang und Söhne in SIHH in Geneva in 2009, 42 millimeters here in an 18 karat white gold case with a matching pin buckle presented on a leather strap. It has this unique and rather retrofuturistic skybridge layout that integrates not only the digital expression of hours and minutes, but also the oversized seconds subsidiary dial for the seconds. Of course, those visual cues, as I mentioned, have been carried over to the Odysseus as well when it was first introduced in stainless steel in 2019. And of course, this is visually balanced in the upper half of the dial, not only with the indicator for the power reserve, but also a rather ingenious use of the script as well, both in terms of the branding, Alan und Söhne, Glashütte in Sachsen, but also in terms of the up and down power reserve indicator, ab und auf. A very stark matte black dial matched with the sky bridge. And the movement itself is very beautiful as well. Hand engraved balance bridge. This is the Zeitwerk at its original inception, with an example from 2009 in a 42 millimeter white gold case with a matte black dial and with its full original set of accessories. This is the reference 140029, and it is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 30,100 to 60,300 in US dollars. Thank you, JB, 999. I appreciate you. Lot number 979, the UTM chronograph. Yes. Let me grab a drink of water. All right. Well, I appreciate also you could have been a little more playful and sent 979. So I appreciate that you instead sent 999. So lot number 979 is a stainless steel Audemars Piguet chronograph. As I mentioned, the game has changed. Nowadays, a lot of these elite brands are afraid to reveal when they are not using in-house movements, and they present most of their releases as being made completely in-house in their vertically integrated facility. But there was a time when AP took pride in um, being at the forefront of the établissage approach to watchmaking, which actually is the basis of Swiss horology. Even Karl Marx himself spent, spilled much ink in the Capital, trying to explain the landscape of Swiss watchmaking in terms of an exemplary division of labor. In this case, you have a stainless steel chronograph by Audemars Piguet with the self winding chronograph with the date indicator built on the base of Frédéric Piguet 1185, which was the beating heart of generations of automatic Vacheron Constantin and Audemars Piguet chronographs. In terms of Audemars Piguet, these were both round case chronographs like these, like the UTM and others, but also the Royal Oak chronographs too, were built on the base of FPG 1185. Um, I really like the aesthetic of the UTM because it has this, it's like all dial. It has this perfectly round case with a very elegant, slightly stepped domed bezel. The lugs themselves are very short, if rather stubby. So even though it gives full display to all the chronographic functions, and the chronograph happens to be my favorite in the UTM line, it also ends up actually wearing quite nicely at 40 millimeters. And the branding is something that I like in its excess for this particular example, because you have the Audemars Piguet engraved on the bezel at 12 o'clock. Then you have the initial logo right next to the date window, which is magnified. And then you have another Audemars Piguet signature with the automatic. I love how the frames of these oversized chronograph registers match so well with the case material. And the hands, as you can see, are all heat blued with the tachymeter on the periphery of the dial. I think this is a beautiful piece. I think I really like within this line the two-tone that is tantalum with pink gold accents. But after that, probably the stainless steel and platinum with the blue dial are a two-way tie for me. Let me see if I can find quickly an example of the platinum version, which is really amazing. Let me see. Ah, this is the perpetual calendar with on its bracelet, so it's a little different, but you can get a sense of the dial color at least. So there's a platinum version of the UTM chronograph with the same dial. Of course, no moon phase, no perpetual calendar functions. The bracelet is very rare, by the way. I've never seen this watch on its matching bracelet before in platinum. So no wonder that this piece is listed on Chrono 24 as price on request. And then I think my favorite has to be, oh my God, they have the worst pictures, but let's see. Has to be this tantalum with pink gold accents and a dial that is attired in pretty much the same way, like gunmetal gray kind of look on the dial with gilt pink accents. And of course, you get that added heft from the tantalum, especially compared to stainless steel. And I think it's a little more special, but it's still a good looking watch in steel. Don't take me wrong. And depending on where it ends up, depending on whether people get carried away bidding on it or not, it can be an interesting price point, because here again you have an example that's in great condition, that does come with its original set of accessories, although suspiciously without its papers, which is always strange, right? Why do you have a whole set but not the papers? But we'll take that as read. This is lot number 979 for an Audemars Piguet UTM chronograph in stainless steel, 25644 ST from the 90s, with an estimated value of 6,200 to 10,000 in US dollars. At lots number 818, we have the Lange double splits chronograph. Lange introduced the double splits in 2006. Double split means that it actually splits both the seconds as a traditional rattrapante chronograph would, but also minutes. So you can actually time two different events at the same time. In 2018, Lange also introduced a triple split chronograph, which actually also splits um, the hours as well, the hour counter. So it has an extra hand in the hour counter too. And only in 2020, they introduced kind of solo rattrapante watch, which was the 1815 rattrapante. And it really, the whole trajectory really testifies to how they want to do the best plus one, right? How they want to go all the way and do it in the best and most complicated way possible first, and then perhaps scale it down a notch. And in this case, for the model they introduced in 2004, they actually made a limited run of 5 pieces for the sincere fine watches in Singapore. These come in the distinctively large 43 platinum cases. I mean, the entire model line does. And 2004 was also the 50th anniversary of Sincere Fine Watches. It was the 10th anniversary of Lange. So I guess they divided 50 by 10 and came up with this limited run of 5 platinum double splits seconds flyback chronograph with beautiful black dials. This particular example is, in fact, number 1. As you can see right here. And this particular piece actually has a few different cosmetic differences, a few cosmetic differences compared to the regular one, such as the red accents in the power reserve indicator, the red hand, especially, and also the double split writing in the 30-minute totalizer at 4 o'clock, which has this gilt hand for the split, and that matches the split seconds hand as well. And of course, this is the start stop for that split seconds hand. You start operating the chronograph here, and you can split the hands there. Hey Al, how are you doing, man? Nice to see you. This number 5 of the 5-piece limited edition made for Sincere Fine Watches in Singapore to celebrate their 50th anniversary. And Lange's double split celebrated their own 10th anniversary after all. At lot number 818, the piece is presented with an estimate of 64,100 to 128,000 in US dollars. It does come with its full set of accessories. its special presentation box as well. At 819 and 820, we have very nice examples of Patek Philippe chronographs that stand at the threshold of traditional and modern. These pieces were presented on Patek's 175th anniversary, as you can probably tell from the from the reference number 5975. If the case design with its stepped lugs and stepped bezel has this harkening back to a classical past, and if the multimeter scale on the dial gives you an evocation of vintage chronographs, what you have as the beating heart of this watch is Patek's own in-house self-winding chronograph caliber. The dials are beautifully done on these, again, where you have the telemeter scale at the periphery of the dial. You have a pulsometer in a concentric circle, graduated to 15 pulsations, and snailed into the center of the dial, you also have a tachymeter. So you basically bring together all the nifty chronograph uh, measurement scales together in a single watch. This particular example is in pink gold, produced in 400 pieces. And as you can see, it is also sold in that single sealed fashion, which means that the piece arrives here in the same condition, in the same states in which it has left the manufacturer in 2016, in this case, even though it was, of course, introduced in 2014, which marked the 175th anniversary of the most highly esteemed representative of Genevan watchmaking, Patek Philippe. And this occasion is also remarked by the engraving on the case back. Honestly, it's hard to say which one I like more. I certainly am quite fond of all the different versions of um, this beautiful self-winding chronograph. But I have to say, the platinum is even more striking, not only because it is a little more limited. This is the platinum one on my wrist that I got to try last December in New York as part of the preview of Phillips auctions there for the winter. And I think it's just beautiful, the contrast between that black dial, lacquered and polished, with the white metal case. There were 400 pieces in yellow gold, 400 in white gold, 400 in pink gold, and 100 in platinum. This particular example in platinum sold on December 10th, 2022 for 138,000 600 US dollars. And at the end of the month, coming up on auction at Phillips Hong Kong, lot number 819 is 5975R. So the 175th anniversary Patek Philippe self-winding chronograph in pink gold in this case, single sealed, arriving with the full set of its accessories. The piece has an estimated value of 30,800 to 60,300 in US dollars. Right next to it, you have the 5975J, jaune for yellow gold. This particular example is what they call double sealed. So it actually has that coffin case, that um, slider case, in addition to the factory seal. It arrives with its full set of accessories, including the commemorative medal for the 175th anniversary, as well as that special presentation box, not to mention a certificate of origin and the attestations, the product literature. This is the 5975J Patek Philippe self-winding chronograph for the 175th anniversary, one of 400 pieces, double sealed from the factory. This piece has an estimated value of 32,100 to 44,900. At lot number 821, we have Patek's, um, I would say one of Patek's underrated perpetual calendar chronographs. Perhaps it is still in that limbo between not being quite a classic yet, but also not the shiny new object, because it's been now more than a decade since it was introduced. The 5270 has not only this lovely case with the stylized spider lug, spider-like lugs, which are also stepped, but also at 41 millimeters, quite a modern presence on the wrist as well. Otherwise, it looks every bit Patek Philippe chronograph, both in the layout and display of its functions, as well as its matching of a beautifully striking salmon dial with a white metal case, which is, in this particular instance, in platinum. The fixtures of the dial are blackened white gold with a set of leaf-shaped hands, with a set of feuille hands for the hour and minutes, as well as the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand. Arabic numerals applied in the upper part of the dial and those conical squares for the rest of the indices. Of course, you get a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, continuous running seconds and at 9, the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, which is encircled by the pointer dates, and you have the two aperture at 12 o'clock for the day of the week and the month. The tachometer at the periphery of the dial completes the picture. There are two porthole like openings in the lower part of the dial, one of which serves as a leap year indicator between 4 and 5 o'clock, and the other as a day and night indicator. I think those are very appropriate in their subtleness because at the end of the day, those two indicators are mostly there for the convenience of setting the watch rather than anything else. So I like the fact that they are still giving the watch a balanced look. This is the 5270P, which comes with its full set of accessories, including, of course, an additional solid case back in matching platinum in case you wanted that additional heft, in case you don't necessarily care too much, at least not on a whim, about what is ticking inside the watch. This is the Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar chronograph in platinum, 5270P in 41 millimeters with an estimated value of 100,000 to 200,000 in US dollars. If you were to put on the solid case back, you would be missing out on this, built on Patek's in-house base of CH29. Lot number 822. This is a good occasion for me to take a short break. A unique piece here, a very rare one, and it is also the prototype of that edition. I'll be right back as you contemplate this beautiful Laurent Ferrier Galet. very good, Memovox. Thank you. Yeah, that's a very I was talking about Lange earlier, Memovox, and I said they always go one beyond. And Hals- und Beinbruch is basically the German way of saying break a leg, but they want you to break your neck as well in that case. So it's just that slight um, splash of intensity there. This piece was made a few years ago already as a collaboration between the emergent independent brand, ascendant, I should say, perhaps independent watchmaker Laurent Ferrier. Laurent Ferrier himself is known in the industry as a gentleman. He was also a gentleman driver, um, placing third in that famous Le Mans race, right behind Paul Newman's team. And when he retired from Patek Philippe, where he led the design department, the creations department, as it's called in French, um, he founded this uh, independent brand with his teammate Francois Survanant, who serves also as his collaborator and the president of the company. Laurent Ferrier also works with his son as well. So it's a brand that's very impressive in its ethos as well as its creations. Um, I've never quite warmed up to their sports watch, to be absolutely frank. I'm not a huge fan of its design, but when it comes to their more classically designed dressier pieces, which have certain elements that make them very eye catching, very dynamic, and even sporty, like the square case design, for example, always struck me as the perfect balance between um, vintage Rolex Oyster case and the kind of muscular ethos that Panerai watches present. Um, anyway, but I'm also a huge fan of Galet as well as some of the discontinued case shapes such as École or the Bridge One. But Galet, I think, is one of the best Calatrava style dress watches today on the market. And this particular edition really distinguishes itself with a beautiful sunburst salmon dial, to be sure, in this kind of copper tone, but also with an expression of what is called a sector dial or a scientific dial as well. Beautifully stylized Arabic numerals that are somehow reminiscent of Breguet style as well. And you have the brand's trademark Assegai hands, as well as a subsidiary dial for small seconds at 6 o'clock, railroad track for the minutes on the periphery of the dial. Very beautiful piece. This particular one comes as a full set as well, matching, including an added um, stainless steel matching bracelet as well. in the Milanese style. I remember um, seeing this on the wrist of John Goldberger with on a vintage Gefrère bracelet. Let me see if I can dig up that particular picture because it looked really amazing in that case. Not sure if I can come across that one now. But in either case, this is one of only 13 because it was a limited edition of 12. And this is number 0, which is the prototype. With ruthenium plated white gold fixtures on the dial, including the hands. The piece is in a 40 millimeter classic stainless steel case. You can wear it like this on a leather strap and the matching tang buckle, as well as its Milanese style mesh bracelets as well. In this particular case, the micro rotor movement is also subjected to a slightly different finish because it is actually gilt and frosted, which complements the general vintage vibe of the watch. The micro rotor caliber beats at 3 hertz and has a power reserve of 72 hours, in addition to being beautifully attired, masterfully decorated. It has a silicon escapement with a double direct impulse on the balance, which is basically a modern execution of that famous invention by Abraham Louis Breguet, the natural escapement. The case is right around 11 millimeters thick as well, so has a relatively thin and sleek profile, as you can observe from here. An elegant design with slightly drooping lugs, an ever so slightly domed and relatively substantive bezel, and a large onion shaped crown, which has a nice grip as well. Lot number 822 is a limited edition Laurent Ferrier Gallet in stainless steel with a salmon sector dial, made only in 12 pieces in collaboration with Revolution magazine and the Rake. This is in fact number 0, So the prototype of that particular run, and the piece has an estimated value of 20,500 to 39,700 with in the US dollars, and it comes from the original owner. I guess Way needs some extra funding to get new watches. This is Let's go to 823. Shamba, how are you doing, man? Davi, nice to see you. Um, it it might it might very well be. Um, I think it was mostly included in that package, really as a bonus more than anything. I don't think it's a very elevated maker for that stainless steel mesh bracelet that they included. Hey, Shamba, thank you so much. Thanks for dropping by. Please hit the like button. That really helps. That always helps. Lot number 823. This is a relatively recent Urban Jurgensen, but it does carry a lot of the aesthetic elements that made Urban Jurgensen watches in their modern revival so interesting and so captivating, but also perhaps um, so proximate to Kari Voutilainen's creations as well. And it's no wonder because, in addition to Dr. Helmut Kotz's leadership and uh, Derek Pratt's leading role as the master watchmaker, Kari Voutilainen has also had a lot to do with putting Urban Jurgensen back on the map, back on the horological map. As you know, he has now acquired this brand. He has been keeping his plans for Urban Jurgensen watches pretty tight under the wraps for quite a while now. So I'm really excited to hear what is gonna go on. But certainly, this piece is a great example of what they represented in modern time. Perhaps a little too large for my taste, but otherwise, it is a very elegant piece with that round case, slightly extended teardrop lugs, an oversized subsidiary dial for the seconds, a railroad track for the minutes, beautifully painted Breguet numerals, and a very slight branding, the signature of Urban Jurgensen. The dial itself, even though it looks quite plain and unadorned, is actually quite beautiful with this textured finish in that Grenet style. This is a model they call the Alfreds, I think, which was apparently available exclusively online and exclusively in stainless steel as well. The case is very nicely polished in this mirror polish style and has a sculpted concave bezel. And the piece has, again, that classic look of a time only watch with the Observatoire hands, which themselves have this lively um, appearance because of also this beautiful mirror polished finish at the circle of the hour hand, for example. A very nice contemporary dress watch indeed. The movement itself quite exquisitely, if not also minimally and austerely finished. The anglage seems quite delightful as well. This is lot number 823. Ah, okay. Memovox, you should. I mean, they do make mistakes. So 42 seemed outrageous to me, and I don't remember checking. Um, I don't remember checking on the case size of the Alfred. So 42 seemed a little too large for the styling of this watch, and it put me off a little bit to begin with. So I hope you're right, and I hope they can fix this sooner than later. Write to them. Why not? But yes, this particular example comes with the full set of its accessories, and it is an Oban Jurgensen Alfred in stainless steel. Classic but contemporary time only dress watch. Reference 1142 from 2020 with an estimated value of 12,200 to 20,500. Hmm, that's interesting. I mean, 1142, at least in other metals, is a 42 millimeter watch. So compared to the 1140, it just makes sense because 1140 was a 40 millimeter. So either it's a mistake or because the stainless steel perhaps only came in one size. I don't know. I think if the 1142 is right, if the reference number is right, chances are 42 millimeters is right too. But at any rate, the estimated value is 12,200 to 20,500. If you have any questions, if you need any clarifications, you can always contact the specialist whose number and email address is listed here, especially if you are going to bid from a distance, especially if you can't take part of a preview. I always recommend that you get in touch with a specialist from the auction house in advance of the auction to clarify questions, um, to get answers to your demands if you have certain demands. You can ask for different kinds of pictures. You can even choose a few lot numbers, register for the auction, and even have a Zoom meeting of sorts where they present you um, some of the watches. So you should never hesitate to contact them in either case. That's all I'm saying ultimately. But Yeah, if there's any confusion, even though I think 1142 might well be a 42 millimeter watch, please don't hesitate to contact them directly right here, which is watcheshk@phillips.com. Right next to the Urban Jürgensen, perhaps to emphasize how these two brands, these two styles really converse with each other. You have the Kari Voutilainen. This is Van Uit from 2018 in 39 millimeters and executed in 18 karat white gold, presented on a leather band, which comes also with its matching tank buckle, a two-tone blue dial in silver and gold, which is partly engine turns and partly engraved by hand. It is one of a kind, so let's read about it. Of course, the hand engraved part is right here as part of the subsidiary seconds dial, and the rest is engine turned in the manner of the hobnail decoration for the hour track and the rosette that emanates from under the hand stack for the center of the dial. The Van Uit models is one of Voutilainen's most iconic as it features all the signature elements of the independent maker, cased in an elegant and robust 39 diameter round shaped case, paired prominently with its unmistakable teardrop lugs. The Van Uit has witnessed various styles, complications, and case materials over the course of its production. Um, as it happens, the time only versions are usually the most popular, perhaps trying to give more room to um, trying to give more room to this classic and eye-catching expression of hand uh, hand guilloche dials that sometimes even incorporate these sorts of freehand engraved elements as well. This particular example, of course, displays that high quality craftsmanship, both in terms of the engine turning and the hand engraving. A two-tone blue guilloche dial here made out of silver and gold with an engine turned outer ring, applied Roman numerals and stick indices. This is paired with the signature two-tone um, Breguet styled hands. I would say it's more um, it's a very distinct style when it comes to Voutilainen's hands, especially. So I find them somewhere in the middle of Observatory and Breguet, but also with this more playful bird beak kind of look. I don't know how else to describe it. Um, Silver small second sundial with an engraved view of the moon facing towards the earth, which makes this a one of a kind 28. This particular piece, uh, of course, as with all 28 examples, is beautifully hand finished and beautifully decorated inside and out, on its face and in its movement, which is the proprietary caliber 28. The distinctive element of this movement is the large balance wheel, which is manufactured in house. That balance wheel, beating as it does at 3 hertz, gives a very beautiful, um, almost breathing feel of the watch's movements when uh, it actually ticks, when it actually works. It is also set in place with this uh, quite remarkable and beautifully mirror polished stainless steel bridge, which is more reminiscent of tourbillon bridges than this particular genre. So it's very striking. The exterior of the spring uses a typical Breguet overcoil, while the internal curve uses the little known Grossman curve. The movement can be unabashedly, Phillips says, described as a work of art for which every shape has been carefully thought out and executed, and every individual component has been painstakingly hand finished in Voutilainen's atelier in Motier, Switzerland. This, of course, is already a rare piece because Kari Voutilainen has such a low production number on a yearly basis. But with that hand engraved moon for the subdial, it actually becomes a one of a kind piece. But the two-tone blue dial is already quite appealing in its own rights. In fact, you can really say it's a three-tone dial, combining the minute track and the seconds track, which is a, a more a darker shade of blue compared to the hour track, of course. And this particular piece at lot 824 is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 87,200 to 179,000. Nick Butter, thank you so much. Nice to see you as well. $10. You went forward in the auction to lot 863 to the De Béthune, the hinged lugs to form to the wrist. Can we share with the audience? Absolutely. I'm a huge fan of the floating lugs design, and trust me, they do actually work. Um, and I will try to show you how as well from a couple of wrist shots, wrist rolls that I did with examples of these watches, which you can find in the short section on my channel as well. because these cases are almost, in the case of DB28, almost 43 millimeters. Of course, the design itself lightens things up a little bit with the pierced lugs that are bullet shaped or ogival at the tip, kind of lightens up the design language to begin with. But the floating lugs, in the way they pivot at 3 and 9 o'clock, actually make the piece much more wearable on the wrist. Of course, you get the spherical expression of the moon phase at 6 o'clock as well, and a beautiful view of the balance wheel too. This is the DB28 in polished grade 5 titanium, yellow tones. You might rightly mistake this watch at first blush as something executed in gold, in yellow gold specifically, but those are actually, this is all titanium. It is just uh, the particular way that they achieve in the manufacture. So it's yellowed titanium, in fact. That they uh, achieve through a proprietary oxidization process, and elements of which are, in this case, mirror polished as well for dramatic effect. The crown is emblematically at 12 o'clock, both to somehow hint at the classical inspiration of these pieces, as if this were a pocket watch converted to be worn on the wrist, but also, of course, to enable this particular ergonomic um, implementation of the floating lugs, which, when you put on the wrist, of course, sits rather comfortably with the way the strap adjusts it to your wrist. Let me try to show you a couple of examples. I mean, look at this. You know how wimpy my wrist is, and look at the tourbillon version of this watch. Same case for the DB28 with the pierced and floating lugs at 43 millimeters. Should otherwise look completely absurd on my wrist, but it kind of looks wearable. So it seriously works. Or the jump hour version of the DB28, the Digital, as it's also called. with those heat blued titanium details, both to frame the fan like scale for the minutes and encircle the spherical expression of the moon phase in the middle. Uh, those are elements in heat blued titanium. And that blue part of the moon that's peeking from there is also heat blued titanium. The other part, if I'm not mistaken, is palladium. But yeah, once again, pierced and floating lugs, which are kind of pulled down to sit flush on the wrist by the strap, pivoting as they do at 3 and 6 o'clock, at 3 and 9 o'clock. It just somehow works. Magic. This is lot number 863, which is the DB28 YT yellow tones with these elements prominently of yellowed grade 5 titanium that is mirror polished. And has that exposed balance wheel. DB28 is a very special piece for De Bethune, of course, because it debuted in 2011 and was almost immediately recognized um, by the industry because it won in the same year the grand prize of all grand prizes at Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève. It won the Aiguille d'Or, which is the grand prize indeed on that night, on that gala. The piece runs on a hand wound caliber, which beats at 4 hertz, 28,800 semi oscillations per hour, and has a 6-day power reserve. The caliber features a silicon escape wheel and 4 patents that are specific to the Bethune. That heat blued titanium balance wheel, as you can see, with the white gold inserts, because it's exposed here. Triple parachute shock absorber and the spherical moon phased indication, accurate to a degree of 1 lunar day every 122 years. The yellow hue is achieved through thermal oxidization. The alloy undergoes different stages of the color spectrum under oxidation when heated. Yellow is one of the first colors that is achieved. So you need to um, time it just perfect. Otherwise, the element becomes unusable. So all of this process is obviously done by hand and at a lower temperature compared to the heat bluing treatment. Very eye-catching, very, very special indeed. I love the Côte de Genève finishing on this unique leaf-like bridge that is, pardon me, likewise exposed. It is a very unique design language that has once been described as a member of my audience, as Star Trek meeting Breguet, I usually simply say it is science fiction meets Breguet, because you can see a lot of the elements of classical design, of classical horological design, that are mixed together with these unique and contemporary production techniques, as well as uh, futuristic elements that takes material experimentation to a unique level. You also have a power reserve indicator on the back, and that's also very practical because the face of the watch has a very recognizable aesthetic that you don't want to disturb in any way. But especially for hand wound watches, I find the power reserve very appropriate, because it's one of the primary ways of um, interacting with your watch. I mean, what I'm wearing now, for example, is the Jaeger LeCoultre Reverso Grand 8, and this piece has an 8-day power reserve, which is expressed on the dial. Let me see if I can show that. Yeah, right here, for example. And you can, it's almost at full charge now, so I can't go much higher, but you can see that is just a beautiful way of interacting with your watch. A little bit of foreplay before you start the day. And it certainly is a good way of bonding with your mechanical watch. And when it comes to indicators on the case back, I think they are also very practical, especially if you don't want to interrupt the dial for whatever reason. Because you can charge it up before you put it on your wrist and get on with your day. In this case, you have 6 hours of power reserve in the DB 28, which can take you through most of the week. This is number 863 from 2019 in grade 5 titanium with distinctive and largely polished yellowed accents, the yellow tones, with a very unique design language that includes the leaf-like or leaf-shaped and Côte de Genève decorated bridge at the center, the exposed balance wheel at around 6 o'clock, and exactly at 6 o'clock, the spherical expression of the moon phase, which is a de Béthune patent. The estimated value of the watch is 80,800 to 160,000 in US dollars. Thank you, man. I love this watch. It's my pride and joy, really. I think it's it's the one I enjoy most. Um, between I think between my Universal Genève tri compacts and this, they get most of the wrist time lately. Yeah. The 5513 is still a huge contender, but I feel that I'm in that phase where I want to wear something less sporty. Um, I think by June I will probably crave more for my Rolexes for sure. Back to lot number 825. This is the F. T30. The T30 is made to honor the 30th anniversary of the first pocket watch tourbillon that François Paul Jean made. And for that reason, it has a few distinct elements. First of all, the two tone expression that uniquely combines silver with pink gold is something you don't really see in the world of wristwatches very often. The silver elements of the case also have this exquisite guilloche decoration, this engine turned decoration, which takes place prominently on the case back, centering the number in the series, but is also present, as you can probably see here at an angle, on the case band as well. As you can see, the silver is taking on a very unique kind of patina. There's a better look of the same engine turn decoration on the case bands. And you got to appreciate how simple the design is on the face of it, with this time only expression, a kind of champagne tinted aisle color with a slight texture. Fine granular texture on this off-white color. You have the heat blued Breguet styled hands jumping right off, and also these two heat blued screws creating an extra layer of accent, Roman numerals for the hours, and Arabics for every 10th second for the oversized seconds subdial as well. This is one of only 99 pieces. A very traditional design for the caliber. Practically, has all the aesthetics of an English style pocket watch, especially in that gilt frosted finish. The oversized heat blued screws are a particular delight. And of course, the tourbillon is a pleasure to observe as well. This was a tribute to that first watch to bear the FP Jaune à Paris signature on the dial, which was completed in 1983. Of course, this is also one of those rare pieces that actually have a brass movement, even though it comes well after 2004, of course, right? Even though it was released in 2013, this is a brass movement FP Jaune timepiece. And of course, the inside of that hinged case back is so beautifully mirror polished that it serves as a great way to display the movement as well when the watch is lying on its face. This particular piece was released in 2013, but bought from the Hong Kong boutique in 2014. It's number 68 out of 99 in this unique two-tone expression with sterling silver and rose gold in its unique presentation case, and accompanied by the 30th anniversary book, as well as the outer packaging. This piece is expected to hammer somewhere in the region between 128,000 to 282,000 in US dollars. Thank you, Eddie. Love you, man. Thanks for your enthusiasm, and thanks for reminding everyone to upvote. It really does matter. It really does make a difference for a channel of this size. So please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. If you are not yet subscribed, please do. Uh, I'm here with watch content every single day in these marathons, really, at least at 4 hours. You can check my whole archive. I'm also trying to make increasingly more shorter form content, ranging from 1 minute shorts to 10, 15 minutes reviews and focused scripted videos, presentations, and of course the 1 hour long interviews, usually with collectors, talking about their collections, new acquisitions, um, with experts as well, um, trying to learn more and together with my platform, with my audience, on collecting vintage watches with Eric Wind, for example. Um, Dr. Bill Sanders from the Watch Art Side channel is a regular guest as well. We usually talk about independence as well as the Lyrique project that he spearheads. And most recently, we had our first CEO, one of many to come, I hope, where I had a very nice discussion with uh, Robert Ponkenhofer, the CEO of Karlsruhe und Söhne, which is a new independent emerging from out of the left field, from outside of Switzerland. They're based in Vienna, and they uh, bring both the best of that imperial and post-imperial legacy. Established in 1822, Karlsruhe und Söhne were actually purveyors to the Habsburg court at that time. None other than Sigmund Freud proudly carried one of their watches in his pocket, but the brand has been newly energized and active for the last 6 years and has a very interesting selection of watches. I urge you to check the interview and see if anything catches your interest, and that can be a good way to start your exploration. Here is the link to my interview with Robert. 。  . 。 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 。 . 。 . 。 And we are entering again the last hour of the live stream today. So feel free to show your support, at least by clicking the like button. This was lot number 825 from the upcoming Phillips Hong Kong auction number 16 that is going to take place on the 24th and 25th of the month. If you have any questions about any of the lots in this auction or about the results coming out of Geneva from the last long weekend, please feel free to send them in. This was one of 99 pieces celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first pocket watch tourbillon that carried François Porjon's signature, number 68, with a pre-auction estimate of 128,000 to 282,000 in US dollars. Lots 826 is an early Lange 1 by A. Lange und Söhne, reference 101001, meaning that it is, in fact, the classic Lange 1 in yellow gold with the dial fixtures actually in matching yellow gold with this stunning champagne dial as well. So the piece has a very monochromatic but also classically elegant appearance. There was also 101 002, which had heat blued hands and a silver dial. And both of this, both of these pieces carry an enormous value, of course, for the Lange collector, because they come from that first generation of watches that were built not only on the JLC gear trains, but also had solid screwed in casebacks, which is what you can see here. Bought originally from Wempe Bremen on April 29th in 1996. Piece comes with an additional sapphire crystal exhibition case back as well, if that is the way you would like to wear it, if that is the way you would like to present it. And of course, over the course of almost 3 decades of its existence, that beautiful alloy of nickel, copper, and zinc that we call German silver has taken on this beautiful tint of champagne on the bridge plate, on the three-quarter plate of the movement as well. So you get a watch that has this warmth, that has this classical charm, that has this almost vintage appearance, even though it has a unique and very modern styling. A very stunning piece indeed, and an early example of the mastery of Saxonian watchmaking that Lange presents. This is lot 826. The first reference of Lange 1, reference 101, 001, yellow gold with a champagne dial and yellow gold dial fixtures to match, as well as the hands, of course. This piece has a pre-auction estimate of 19,200 to 32,100 in US dollars. I sent the link again for the auction listing. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to click and shoot me the lot number in the chat. This is lot number 827, another rare and desirable edition of the Lange 1. This is a much later piece, of course, coming from 2019. The so-called Blue Series was released in 2017. Limited production of these restyled, modified models, which included the Lange 1, the Lange 1 Daymatic, the self-winding version of the Lange 1, which is a mirror image in terms of the dial, the Saxonia and the Saxonia Automatic as well. The piece is very desirable because of its limited numbers, but also its distinct aesthetic. And I think they did really well, just to let me return there for a little bit, by juxtaposing these watches right next to each other. You can see, even though they are, of course, the same watch, the same design, the same model, they could not be more different, I think. And that's one of the most beautiful things about the Lange 1. Before you even go into, the little Lange, which is almost, a little over 36 millimeters, and the Grand Lange, which the Grand Lange 1, which is 40 41 millimeters. Yeah, it is 41 millimeters. Before we even venture out to that and go into the Daymatic version, go into the self-winding version, just with the different dials, use of different kinds of hands, the addition or the lack of luminous material, the watch can really transform in character. Of course, you have here a yellow gold version, a white gold version, pink gold, platinum. Those watches also have their own character. Um, there are versions of the platinum that are so low key in the way that they're called stealth. right? Where you have everything kind of in this silvery, monotonous, monochromatic aesthetic. You have the so-called Darth, which has the black dial and black background on the uh, wheels of the oversized dates, with the inscription of the numbers in white, so which has this sort of stern and stark appearance. I think that's a beautiful canvas for the brand to show so many different things, and we have not even started talking about the moon phase versions, right? Which is very unique since 2016. But that's a conversation for another day. This is the Blue series that was introduced in 2017, with this particular example having been bought from Dubai in 2019. A beautiful aesthetic in the combination of the white metal with the blue dial. This particular piece coming as it does with the full set of its original accessories is estimated to fetch an amount in the region of 20,500 to 41,000 in US dollars. 828, lot number 828, is perhaps even more limited, not perhaps, most certainly more limited and much more exclusive. This is the A. Langonzone 1815 Tourbillon Handwerkskunst. This piece, in addition to, of course, its hand finished movement, has a dial that has elements of hand finishing as well. Of course, also a tourbillon on whose pivot there is a heat blued seconds hand as well. The bridge itself is very elegant and finely finished. Let's take a look at this beautiful piece. One of only 30 pieces. This is number 23 of 30. The 1815 Tourbillon Handwerkskunst is the celebration of the brand's 200th anniversary of the birth of F.A. Lange. The piece is, one second, sorry. I'm reading now from Phillips's lot essay. Taking translation as artisanship from the German word, all details fall on the captivating granular dial finished in a gray shade against the warmth of its pink gold counterparts, elaborately finished to a new level of excellence. The appearance of the dial undergoes an intensive process that make use of additional finishing and decoration techniques, such as the elegant tremblage engraving. The engraver would sculpt the material with a crafted lining, burin to achieve the uniform, refined granular surface. The Alangonzone logo and the numerals are further hand cut in relief and then mirror polished. It takes a full 2 weeks of painstaking focus to engrave just one dial. It's quite impressive. Following across the periphery is the highlight of the large 1 minute tourbillon with an aperture that sees through the movement side of the timepiece, powered by the manually wound L1021 caliber under the 3/4, the 3/4 frosted plates with a total of 262 parts. As you can see, the finishing on the movement side is also quite different, even though it is always as exquisite on Lange timepieces. The tourbillon provided zero reset functionality is furthermore finessed with the brand's signature engraving and diamond and stone. Which you can see here. Freehand engraving and the diamond and stone. Of course, the perlage on the base plates, the beautifully mirror polished and hand finished anglage, which has a number of interior angles, and the frosted finish on the 3/4 plates, which takes on a different character than any other watch made by this Saxonian maker, executed with the perfection to the smallest detail. It is not to surprise that the German brand has garnered increasing attention from collectors internationally. This is number 23 of 30. The present example is not only ultra rare, but also preserved in pristine condition and accompanied with its full set of accessories. This is what the Phillips write-up indicates. What you have is essentially a very unique and beautifully attired work of craftsmanship, work of hand, truly becoming of a manufacture. This is Alangonzone 1815 Tourbillon Handwerkskunst from 2016, number 23 of 30, with an estimated value of 128,000 to 321,000 in US dollars. I don't want to forget the watch that is on my thumbnail because I might not get to it. So I might as well. This is lot number 898. It's one of the absolute grails of the neo-vintage era. 5004, the Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar split-second chronograph, here presented in a 36 millimeter pink gold case with an opaline white dial, applied Arabic numerals, the substantial feuille hands, and of course the beautiful moon phase indicator at 6 and the leap year indicator at 3 o'clock complete the picture. There is an additional day and night indicator at 24-hour hand in the subdial at 9 o'clock as well. As you can see, uh, those subdials at 3 and 9 o'clock are ever so subtly recessed, which gives the dial a beautiful depth. The case comes with its box and papers, as well as the original hang tag and the pin for adjustment. There's a matching 18 karat pink gold déployant strap, as well as the solid case back. If you ever wanted to hide this particular beauty behind such application, as you can see, elements of uh, black and mirror polishing mix in with Geneva waves, as well as the anglage, that beautiful cap over the column wheel, split second. A beautiful piece. The case is in decent condition as well, even though it has clearly seen some polish over the course of its existence. The piece is from 1999. Look at that beautiful deep red color of that presentation box. How the mighty have fallen. I'm sure they have some sort of shtick about recycling and environmental sustainability about their new boxes, but they don't look as elegant as this to me. This is lot number 898, one of the absolute classics of watchmaking from the neo-vintage era, the Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar Split Seconds chronograph in 18 karat pink gold with its box and papers, as well as a pin pusher, hang tag, and an additional solid case back. Actually, I believe what is included is just the archival extract, not necessarily the certificate of origin. But uh, that's obviously not a deal breaker at all. This piece, pardon me, is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere in the region between 126,000 to 251,000 in US dollars. Lot number 830 is a Parmigiani Fleurier Tonda PF chronograph, Um, this is a slightly more classical expression when it comes to their uh, chronograph series nowadays. They used to have the toric chronographs, which had a more distinctly classical flavor and were built on the base of a Zenit El Primero caliber 400. Um, Nowadays, for the sportier expression, they also have the Parmigiani Tonda GT, which can be alternatively bought on rubber bands or on integrated bracelets, both in stainless steel and precious metal. But between all that, there's also the Parmigiani Tonda PF chronograph, which carries on the aesthetic elements of the time and date version into this self winding chronograph with a full rotor that also has a date somewhere around 6 o'clock, sorry, 4 o'clock. The dial has that grain d'orge or barley grain pattern, which is very elegant and by now quite distinctive of the Tonda PF series. The medallion logo for that simplified and elegant touch as the brand signature at 12. I'm not quite sure. Okay, actually, I have it confirmed. It also has, just like the time and date version, a bezel, kind of a two-tiered bezel in platinum, which is partly mirror polished and partly coin edged or fluted in a very fine manner, and which adds, I think, a very beautiful and distinctive accent to what is otherwise um, a relatively decent execution, but also an unremarkable execution of the integrated bracelet design. I like the Tonda GTs a little more. Honestly, I feel they have a little bit more of an edge, whereas this model feels like neither here nor there. I like the time and date, and time only versions of the Tonda PF. Don't take me wrong, but I'm not quite convinced by the chronograph version. Here you have an example that's just from last year, 42 millimeters in terms of the case size, has this skeletonized full rotor for the movements, which gives it 65 hours of a power reserve. It is a high frequency caliber that beats at 5 hertz, meaning 36,000 semi oscillations per hour. And um, as a COSC certified chronograph, it also has that particular distinction too. The dial color is the so-called Milano blue, and it is in fact a very nice and deep shade of blue, which I do appreciate. But it is not only the more conservative design, but also the superior movement that it has on on the Tonda GT chronograph. The Tonda GT chronograph has its strong suits, especially in the way that it combines the annual calendar function in a relatively discrete manner with the oversized dates, uh, but it is a slightly less high performance caliber, beating at 4 hertz and having a lower power reserve, a significantly lower power reserve, I should say. It's 45 hours. So lot number 830 is the Parmigiani Tonda PF chronograph in stainless steel with the platinum bezel, the Grand d'Orge guilloche dial in Milano blue with its original set of uh, documents and presentation box. The piece has an estimated value of 10,300 to 15,400 in US dollars. Venlax says Parmigiano Reggiano, and he's having quite a bit of fun with me saying flavor. Hey, man, there's a reason they contracted that name to PF now, especially since uh, Signor Parmigiani himself is closing on his retirement. So, but I wanted to share, since we are talking Parmigiani, I wanted to share the toric chronograph that they have, which I think has actually a beautiful um, attire, so to speak. This is my favorite version of the toric chronograph. Prince Charles wears one. I don't know why I still call him Prince Charles. I mean, King Charles III wears a more classically styled one in yellow gold. This is probably the sportiest expression of the toric chronograph series. It has this striking navy blue dial that has a silvered hour track with very stylized Arabic numerals and a tachometer inscribed in red on the perimeter of that hour track, which gives this watch its sporty vibe in which is intensified with the oversized alpha hands, generously loomed and matched with those luminous pips every fifth minute on the minute track. The piece is set with a single ruby on the crown, I believe. It's a white gold case, and the movement is Parmigiani's uh, own version of the Zenit El Primero 400, 400Z in this particular case. With a beautiful full gold rotor, which is decorated with that same barley corn guilloche pattern and emblazoned with that medallion logo as well. The case is itself beautifully detailed, not to mention the finishing of the movement, but you see that the name Toric comes from ancient Greek inspiration, and it evokes these Doric columns, especially their bases, in this multi-tiered manner, and that double stepped design of the coin edged bezel is actually replicated on the case back as well. So you have this very sculptural case when you see it from the profile. You see with the double stepped bezel, which is complemented by a kind of double stepped case back, which frames the beautiful Parmigiani iteration of Zenith's El Primero caliber 400. Lot number 838 is from around 2000. It is a model that has been long discontinued. And they are becoming increasingly rare on the secondary market. So the good deals are becoming, therefore, exceedingly difficult to find. So, depending on how this auction unfolds, how the bidding proceeds, lot number 838 might be one to look for. This is the Parmigiani Fleurier toric chronograph in 18 karat white gold in its sportiest expression, even though the case design, resembling as it does the base of a Doric column, remains as elegant as ever with its double stepped and coin edged bezel and elegantly drooping lugs. The estimated value of the piece is 7,700 to 15,400 in US dollars. Let's see, how much time do we have left? Okay, maybe 4 more watches. Let's go. At 8:32, we have the Recepi chronomètre contemporain. This is the piece that won the Kosovo-born Albanian Swiss watchmaker its first grand prize in GPHG. It was also famously the first watch that carried his proper name, since from the beginning he has been building watches under the Acrivia brand. That 2018 triumph was recently complemented by, again, the best men's watch award that he won at the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève in last year's gala. But this is the RRCC01, so the first version, for which he famously coaxed Jean-Pierre Agman, the case maker for Patek Philippe. Which is not the case, therefore, has a very classical and emblematic appearance with those slightly extended, elegantly drooping claw like lugs, especially. The dial itself is of course very important because it mixes actually a number of interesting artisanal and traditional elements of horological craftsmanship. The piece famously is a time only, simple piece, simple watch with small seconds, but all of this is built on the canvas of a Grand Feu black enamel dial on which you have exquisite pink gold accents, which resonate wonderfully with the 38 millimeter pink gold case. There's a Art Deco inspired asymmetrical outline that highlights each Roman numeral in an alternating pattern, as you can see for the hour markers. The small seconds subsidiary dial is in a recessed subregister at 6 o'clock, and it is surrounded by a very thin gold ring, which surrounds the oversized subregister. The movement has an almost architectural appearance and looks appropriately as the negative image of the watch face. It also has a little bit of a party trick because it is equipped with not only hacking seconds, but also a zero reset mechanism that allows the small seconds hand to pause and revert to zero when the winding crown is not in place. So that allows, of course, the watch to live up to its name, chronomètre contemporain, so that it can be set down to the second, so that it can be set with chronometric precision. A single barrel rotates on a central jeweled steel bridge. And again, just like Kari Voutilainen's watches have that beautiful stainless steel bridge that sets that oversized balance wheel in place, Recep Recepi's movement here as its centerpiece also has a very elegantly finished stainless steel bridge that reminds one of the most exquisite tourbillon bridges than something you would find on a time only, supposedly simple, but extremely elegant timepiece like this. The piece has up to 100 hours of power reserve. The caliber RR01 is masterfully finished. Each anglage on both visible and concealed parts of the movement is rounded in the Bombay style. The movement plates are decorated with deep and defined Côte de Genève stripes. The black polishing puts a certain spotlight, as one might say, on particular components of the movement, such as the cap for the balance cock. Smaller details like the perlage finishes on the base plate are tastefully executed, bringing the movement's entire aesthetic to a whole new level of classic while richly adorned with details. The case design that was achieved by Jean-Pierre Agman takes inspiration from the Émile Vichet designed Patek Philippe cases. Émile Vichet is famous for having made the cases for precious metal versions of the reference 130, the first serially produced hand wound chronograph by Patek Philippe, as well as the gold cases for 1518, the first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph by Patek Philippe, not to mention the first series of 2499, which was, of course, the successor to 1518's throne. This piece is number 20 of a limited edition of 25 pieces, so not many of them to go around at all. It is a watch from 2022. Comes with its full set of documents, which includes its chronometric ratings from the Besançon Observatory, lot number 832, an example of Recep Recepi's Chronomètre Contemporain in its first edition. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price in excess of $200,000. The pre-auction estimate is 205,000 to 385,000 in US dollars. Lot number 835 is a watch, or a series of watches rather, that Vacheron Constantin released on the 400th anniversary of Gerardus Mercator's passing. Mercator was a famous Dutch German cartographer, and fittingly, the watch fittingly involves a beautiful dial that depicts sections of Mercator's maps. The dials themselves are made out of a 22 carats yellow gold blank, in this case, entirely chased by hand and enameled. It is from a 1587 map of the world, and it depicts Europe, Asia, and Africa. Furthermore, the both the minutes and hour hands are retrograde hands that are styled after a caliper, or after the legs of a compass, um, exactly like one that a cartographer like Mercator himself would use. Just as a quick expression, at 1 o'clock a.m. or p.m., the hour hand snaps right back to the middle, and at the top of the hour, the minute snaps back to zero, which means that the two hands are closest to each other at 1 o'clock and farthest from each other at 12:59. The cases are very elegantly designed, perfectly round, with these claw-like stepped lugs at 36 millimeters. These are quintessential dress watches. This particular example comes with its full set of original accessories and is dated to May 31st, 1995, with a very elegant burlwood presentation box. And the movement of which the rotor has a supplemental weight that is engraved with the dates of the 400th anniversary of Mercator's passing, 1594 to 1994. That supplemental weight is in 21 carats. Gold. And the piece runs on Vacheron's caliber 1120, which is built on the base of Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920 after so many different sports and dress watches that were made by Audemars Piguet, Patek Philippe, and Vacheron Constantin that include, of course, Royal Oak, Nautilus, and the 222, but not only those. Vacheron Constantin still uses the JLC 920 base for their ultra thin overseas watches, specifically the perpetual calendars. Coming back to 835, these are beautiful dress watches that bring together two aspects of what distinguishes Vacheron Constantin as a heritage watchmaker, as the longest running watch manufacturer, longest continuously running watch manufacturer in the world, namely the retrograde hours and minutes that express their watchmaking acumen with the brilliant design of the case and the traditional craftsmanship expressed in the making of the dial. Um, it is really, in so many ways, one of the holy grails of dress watches. This is lot number 835. Vacheron Constantin reference 43050, the Mercator in yellow gold. The piece has an estimated value of 15,400 to 32,100 in US dollars. Number 837. I think this might be the last watch I'm going to present on tonight. Please hit the like button if you're on your way out. You remember from last year, Grail Watch, which is Waco's initiative, Waco of the Rake and Revolution magazine fame, celebrated Frank Müller's 30th anniversary with a number of chronographs, with three chronographs in particular. And if you remember, one of those chronographs was actually a two faced one. And it was, at least in part, based after watches like this that we are coming across now as lots number 837. This is an early Frank Müller watch from around 1993, a 39 millimeter case that is designed in the officer style, at least in terms of its screw through lugs. The primary face of the watch is a classically designed three register self winding chronograph with a two-tone silvered dial. That is Grenet at the center of the main dial, as well as the chronograph registers, and radially brushed for the hour track, as well as the outer rings of those subdials. You have beautiful red accents for the chronograph seconds and minutes on the perimeter of the dial. And every element, every circular element of the dial is framed by these elegant gold rings. The case itself is in yellow gold, and it is well preserved, even though it has started weathering some of the effects of the years, some of the ravages of time in terms of oxidization. You can see how multidimensional that seemingly simple dial looks from a certain distance, with various tones of silver and gilt accents that are so beautifully complemented and finished off with the heat blued hands. And on the back, you actually have a multimeter scale with a single centrally deployed chronograph hand. Again, quite deep, quite multidimensional in its design. You have on the perimeter, at the periphery of the dial on the back, a pulsometer graduated for 15 pulsations, a telemeter in a concentric circle, and finally, nested right in the middle, snailed right into the center of the dial, you have a tachymeter as well. Number 2 engraved on the case back as part of a limited series, an early example of that limited series. The Frank Müller Janus faced chronograph. The reference is 700 DFJA. This piece has an estimated value of 5,100 to 10,300, but expected to go for much more. And with that, I'm closing tonight's presentation. I'll get back to this Phillips Hong Kong auction that is going to take place on 24th and 25th of this month. If you have any questions to me in the meantime, please don't hesitate to reach out. We can also talk about some of the more interesting results from Geneva tomorrow in the live stream as well. In either case, you can always reach out to me at Lord Hellespont the fifth at gmail.com. That is Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. If you want to support the channel, you know how. Of course, the super chats are always an option, but you can also contribute through Cash App and PayPal as well. The information is included in the video description. It is now pinned in the chat and rolling in the crawling ticker as well. This channel remains completely independent, entirely autonomous. And even though I am grateful for the help and support that a lot of my collaborators give me on this channel, I'm also solely responsible. So it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and in many cases, a lot of preparation to give you content on this channel. So I appreciate each and every contribution. And as you know, even though I cover these auctions, I'm not in any way supported by these houses. I'm not their employee. I'm also not in the pocket of anyone or any company within the industry. I also don't shill for any gray market profiteers. I'm completely independent, which means I am also entirely at your service, but I'm at your behest as well. So your contributions do go a long way in keeping this channel alive, but also sustaining it. They are immediately reflected in the quality and quantity of contents in this channel because one, they allow me to put more time into the channel and with time also to buy equipment so I can finally set my studio here in my place, but also perhaps do more shooting outside. So I appreciate everyone who would consider contributing to the channel in any way, but I already appreciate the fact that you have shared your interventions and your questions from the chats, especially Nick Butter and Jake Brooks, who have contributed with super chats. If you have not clicked the like button, that already helps a lot. That goes a long way. So please do so on your way out. Thank you so much for your presence and support. I will see you tomorrow. Until then, I bid you adieu. Take care.